those are taken every day. Please back. I did all the work.
Not working at you. Nice and kind. There it goes. Ready, exit. Good morning, and thank you, board members, to all of you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Steele, that was amazing being here. This is a special board meeting and work session. Today is Thursday, June 20th, 2024, and the time is 10 a.m. I call this special board meeting and work session to order. Mr. Legarete, will please take roll.
President Marcus,
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Present.
Secretary Negrete, President, Board Member Garay,
Present.
Board Member Montes.
Here. To have a quorum, we'll go ahead and continue. If you can please stand for the pledge and salute the stage flag in Mexico. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico as the symbol of brotherly friendship among the nations. Okay, item number 1 on the agenda, executive session. The board will go into executive session pursuant to NMSA 10-15-1 to limited personnel matters. Specifically, the board will review the superintendent's most recent evaluation and no action will be taken. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session. Moved by Mr. Montes, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. I will call for an individual vote. If you are in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Member Garay.
Yes.
VP Gonzalez.
Aye.
Secretary Legareta.
Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Myself, President Marquez, aye. The motion passes unanimously 5-0. We are now in executive session. Yeah. Public comment. Public comment. Yes.
Yeah. Should have brought a cot. A cot. Okay, mira como bonito. Big one. Hey, for that. Have you heard from Andrew?
No.
Okay, you know.
Still have viewers. Like, what are they watching?
Are you recording right now?
Huh?
Can you hear us?
No, they can't.
Okay, okay, good. I was being all quiet because.
Yeah, I turned off all the mics.
Okay, good. So somebody's viewing it?
Yeah, it says 8 people are currently viewing.
Oh, my God. Pitoteros. How are you?
You very quickly do so to our work session, but
Did all these, the black over here, but the chairs are over here, one.
So that I left my phone at home and I'm still alive. On my,
Well, I couldn't because I have that audit. Alright.
See me drinking it over.
no, that's a small one at least. It only has what, 30 grams of sugar?
Remember, you are being videotaped, okay? I should have seen you. Oh, yeah. What do you know, last time? I'm gonna meet her.
I'm gonna text her and tell her. Yeah. Sorry, it's a day. You at work?
I can see it for sure.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to return from executive session pursuant to NMSA 10-15-1-2, limited personnel matters. Specifically, the board reviewed the superintendent's most recent evaluation and took no action. Is there a motion to return to open session? Moved by Mr. Nunez, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The motion passes unanimously 5-0. We are now in open session. And the next item on the agenda, number 2, work session. 2A, discussion of the board's priorities for the district. And we'll go ahead and start with that, and then we'll continue with draft superintendent goals and select data points and deadlines for those goals. And hopefully we can get to discussion of proposed edits to policy. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get to our work session. I don't know if we want to rearrange the room, if possible. It's still too formal to me for a work session. What do you guys, we can stay here, that's up to you guys. You're good?
And board president,
Yes.
I would suggest, I think everyone has some Post-it notes, and I know, you all have been having thoughts about what your priorities are individually. My suggestion would be that everyone take 4, 5, 6 Post-it notes, and on each Post-it note, just write one sort of broad area where you want to really see a goal set for that area. And then we can put those on the wall over here, we can put them on these big Post-it notes, and we'll categorize them sort of by how they're the same, right? And then the next step will be is to look at, data points for those. But let's first just do those broad categories. If you would take one Post-it note for each of those. And I guess it could use this wall over here because it goes into the wall. I hope it will, because that would show one of the pages.
And what you guys, you know what, you guys finish eating, but I am gonna move those tables. I just feel like you're talking way from over there.
Yeah.
We can move those and you guys can finish eating.
You need to see the whites of your eyes.
Yeah, you could have moved it. Yeah, that's good right there. Yeah. We do have to take our microphone with this one, right? Correct? Or can we put a microphone there? So we can just put one there?
Yeah, would you like to?
2?
One.
Okay.
once you have your post-it notes ready, I think you just go stick them over on the wall, and we'll group them. So that we can kind of put things that are similar all together.
Does that stand? No, I was gonna say we can stand is put them there.
We can do, is use this after we kind of get our post-its, or like we can write it on the big board and have one of those sheets for each of our groupings.
And I didn't put them in any specific order.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
just
perfect.
leave them now.
Yeah, we'll group them when everyone's got theirs up there. If you can see that one of yours is similar, go ahead and put it with that other one.
Better move over there.
O sea, ¿qué me iba a hacer enchiladas para noche? ¿Qué sales?
That's okay, never been, you need your big tablet. I don't know where. Okay, perfect. You'll see some start to hang, so like maybe this and those together. Is that okay?
No, why not? What are you doing?
The maker's mark.
Everybody have all their stuff up? Yeah. So I think we kind of have, I kind of grouped them a little bit, and then I think you all can decide whether some of these may fall under some other broad categories. But so we have like, faculty, staff culture, community relationships, improve community and staff relationships, visibility, more presence at the schools, speaking with teachers and administrators, and weekly and monthly data on that. Okay, and then we have phones, electronics, cell phones, AirPods, watches, computers, as sort of all grouped together. Then we have student achievement and improving academic proficiency by 10% in reading and math, professional development, professional learning communities. We've got math training, English training, teacher education, more hands-on training, cultural sensitivity, and reprimanding without making them want to give up on school. And then we have kind of one category that has a lot to do with grades. Doing away with the 50% instead of a 0, focusing on improving SAT scores. And then we have, I cannot put that together, and I don't think that necessarily goes together. And then grading methods. And then we have staff retention and competitive pay. And then ensure that staff retention and recruitment are prioritized and incentivized, including salaries. And then we have improving student attendance by 5%. And then just broadly attendance. Security, ensuring the safety and security of each campus and all students in the district, more security at the schools. And then we have one that is specific to mental health, bullying, home dynamics, like homelessness, etc., clothing, tutoring, and safety. So I don't know if you think that there's, because we want to get to like 3 or 4, right? For goals. So what do you think about, like, for instance, phones, electronics, etc.? Would you put that under more security, student achievement, or both? How would you group that?
I think we'd be helping out student achievement if we got rid of phones.
Probably help out everybody's
And
achievement,
helping
wouldn't we?
security as well.
What, it was phones?
And then there was another one that was electronics, cell phones, AirPods, watches, home computers. Or student achievement.
Student achievement,
Both.
Yeah.
Or mental health even.
Fall under mental health too.
but like.
That's
Chris,
more-
But student achievement.
achievement, right? Because I think that.
You want to put that under student achievement? Okay,
I think that'll be one of our 3, if I'm not mistaken with that.
Already.
Student achievement, priorities on student achievement. Okay.
yeah, we've got all this in student achievement, right? What about grading methods? Do you see that going under student achievement? Security, mental health, staff retention, faculty staff.
Student achievement. yeah.
Student achievement, okay, I'm gonna put all this related to grades under student achievement, so all this right now is student achievement. What about, attendance, improving student attendance? Would you want to see that under student achievement, faculty, staff, culture, community
Student
relations, security, mental health?
I think it.
Again,
fall
student
under
achievement.
Student achievement, but also community relations. How do we get the community to understand that that's.
To buy into it.
Buy into it.
Okay.
But it is a lot, student achievement, because kids are at school, they're gonna,
Achieve more.
yeah.
Why don't I put one of them under community relations, and we could look at that, and then one of them under student achievement, okay? And then we have staff retention, competitive pay, ensuring that staff retention and recruitment are prioritized and incentivized. Is that a standalone, or do you want to put that underneath a broad category?
I don't know, would that be a professional development? Would that be one of our standalones is PD? Cause there's a lot of.
We could just leave it there now and let it percolate.
What about, okay, then we have this, all these are related to security.
Yeah, it's that.
It's a standalone. And in terms of this last one on mental health, bullying, et cetera, would you put that under community relations, student achievement, staff retention, or security, or would you have it as a standalone?
It supports all, it actually does, it supports everything there.
Okay. Is there a place right now that you feel like, I mean, we can put it there and then we can, what's that? Security,
Security,
okay. Put it there.
yeah, cause I don't know, maybe well-being, that kind of stuff.
I mean, this isn't like locked in,
Yeah.
you can move it around, right? But yeah, no, I think that makes sense. So if we look at that, then we have sort of 4 broad categories. And then some of the things underneath the category could be data points. Or we could turn those into objectives, right? So, I mean, and make sure this is comfortable to you, because if we went with these 4, it would be a goal on community relations, faculty and staff culture. And we could do a post-it, one of the big charts that has that at the top. And then 1 for student achievement, 1 for staff retention, competitive pay, and 1 for security. Does that feel,
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
that feels-
so we would have 4 goals.
Pretty decent.
That sound good? Okay. So then in terms of each of those goals, I think we can use that big chart over here. And we can think about actually.
Right here.
We can think about actually what the goal, oh, thank you, would actually be, right? And remember, it needs to be measurable. So what do we have? We're gonna have 1 for security. And I think what we're gonna do next is underneath that, list all the things that would be indicators of improved security. And we can put those on a table and.
Oh, just turn this screen off and put them there. Use it as a board, cause we're just filming the other screen.
We've got staff retention and recruitment as of okay. Yes, thank you.
Richard cut out a few of those. Remember the color paper?
Oh.
Let's roll it out. Poster. Richard's done it a few times.
All right, so then what we're gonna do for each of these is, and some of them may be up here already, and we can put them down here again. What I want you to do is, for each of these, think about what you consider to be an indicator that you would like to see of staff retention and recruitment. Would it be 90% retention? Would it be every classroom with, you know, a level 1 or above certified teacher? What would that look like? What would be an indicator to you? And just write it down on here. And then just come,
Not post it, just write it.
just write it right on there. Okay, whatever you think. Doesn't have to mean anything in particular, just be a word. What would be an indicator? What would it look like to have improved community, staff, student relations? What would that look like? Just write it, right? Word, phrases, what does improved or very secure facilities look like to you? Okay, write it down. And then the same over here for student achievement. What do you want to see? It can be as broad or as specific as you want. Some of them we had over there, like for student achievement, grading policies, maybe consistent across the district. We talked about the cell phones that are up there, those kinds of things. So they can be as broad or as specific as you want. Okay, so try to at least have everybody have at least one thing on each, but you can list as many things as you want. Okay, let's take a couple minutes and do that. It's okay.
Don't worry.
Yes.
You're not gonna be checking our spelling, are you? Hope not. Yes.
Expert, I Teeth, expertise, expert, I that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. It doesn't look right, doesn't look right. Try to do it in Spanish, you can say. I'm just gonna say that. I'm writing it.
Go ahead. You stole the pen.
I know. Mark.
Stole the red one. Thief. Thief.
No, this is mine.
That was the red one. Thief.
This one was your.
Okay. That one was good. Huh.
That one's probably going dead.
This one's probably going dead.
Who did it in person?
Trying to prove a point. And I put my name inside, and every time I have kids or teachers coming to take them, yeah. I go down the hall, who has my kid? I forgot what I put. Oh, we're moving around. And then their mouths. Take that. With their school issues in there. And they should all have. You have a key in your store, he's like, I heard him say, oh.
Sorry, that next one.
That'd be nice to sit in the cold.
And that's expensive, but it's.
Voy a sentir calor ahora.
Con comida.
That's why they're flying over there.
I know, I was gonna try to take.
The minor over there. Who wrote in cursive? Who's trying to show off in cursive?
So did everyone get a chance to write on every one of them?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Which one do you want to talk about first? Any particular preference?
I would like student achievement.
Student achievement.
Don't achievement.
Let's talk about that first then. So we've got on student achievement. Increased proficiency rate in math, reading and science by 5%. And so this would be an annual goal, right? As judged by the NMSSA, right? Is that what you're thinking about would be the,
Yeah, and
okay? And decrease the percentage of ELL students scoring level 1 by 25% in math and 20% in reading and science.
Say that again?
Decrease the percentage of ELL scoring level 1 by 25% in math and 20% in reading and science. And we may want to think about trying to frame that in a positive instead of an increase
Yeah.
instead of a decrease.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying. Oh, and 60% of the agenda for school board meetings should be items dealing with student learning. Okay, and then we also have under here bullying, mental health, tutoring. And then we have starting at 0 for work not turned in, not 50%. In parentheses, there's no challenge for students. There's phones, question mark. And I think part of that is going back over here. Do we want to continue to allow students to have phones?
No,
in class?
absolutely not. Absolutely.
Okay,
I agree.
I grew up without a phone and I still alive.
You made
Like you
it.
said, he forgot and he's still alive.
okay, so so that seems to be something that folks are in agreement on. Do we have the right / consistent curriculum? Okay. And then proficiency increased 10% in reading, math, science, based on the IMESA, the MSA, and iStation scores. Improve attendance by 5%. PLCs and data-driven decision-making, and professional development focused on the needs of staff and common expectations, like across school sites. Is that what that, okay. So in terms of, I mean, it seems like we have at least one goal kind of written in terms of the increase in the proficiency rate. Well, we have 5 and we have 10. Do we want to take the higher, split the difference? What do you all think? Do you want to take that as a goal and kind of frame it up?
We could, I was just looking at of course, there was 22, 23 data. But some of the math went down by 6%. 7%. That's, and to bring it up 10%, I could maybe do, I don't know, 10% is,
It's a goal.
it's a goal,
It,
right?
as long as we're moving up towards that goal, I think that shows something.
But we're evaluating
Evaluate based on that.
superintendent Chavez based on that goal, and we do want it to be
7%.
reasonable. I think you all could set the goal, and then when he's back and he you all can have some conversation about what's reasonable, and if there needs to be some tweaks there could be some tweaks.
But like you did mention, this is how we will evaluate, correct? So we want to set the goal, but 10%, it may be achievable. When
You
you're
went to 7%. Yeah, 7. Meet in the middle. I agree. 7%.
7%. Okay, so then the goal that you're thinking of would be to increase proficiency rate in math, reading, and science by 7%, as measured by the IMESA, NMESA, and iStation. scores,
But-
not data.
It would just be the final. I would,
Well, it'll be the summative.
The
It'll be your
summative.
Summative, and I'm
Okay.
not sure whether it's a high school or middle, well, middle schools. Nemessa, so it's real.
so it's really-
Base stations is at Garfield and Hatch Elementary.
but I think Ray is putting those for data points.
SAT, yeah.
SAT for the 11th grade, for reading and math, right?
And then everybody takes the same science. So they take 11th grade.
Okay, so it would be SAT for your high school kids. iMesa is for your elementary kids?
It's not IMESA, it's NMESA.
Oh,
It's a summative.
okay,
IMESA is a formative.
the formative.
Uh-huh.
And then is iStation, that's formative, right?
Yeah,
That's K12.
yeah, it's formative and summative, and maybe do that summative.
They do it end of the year. Okay, so that one's appropriate
High school.
as a
they
data
say-
point.
Yes.
And what did you say was the
They don't
science?
put their, like the info,
Oh, ASR.
Yes,
like a practice test.
Oh, they do.
okay.
And I don't know if it'd be easier just to put that New Mexico, I hope they continue Mexico,
Vistas.
New Mexico Vistas. And it's very, it doesn't tell you specifically what the juniors take, whatever, it just gives you the efficiency rate and the growth,
Okay,
right? Is that,
Did you say as determined by New Mexico Vistas?
can you bring that up, Isaac, just real quick, so we can see, it's real nice, it gives you the data and it's,
okay.
Very concise.
yeah.
So this data goes into New Mexico Vistas, so.
See, it
okay.
just, their proficiency rate. And it would just,
Okay,
yeah, so this does.
and this is where we left off,
Yes,
so we're starting from here.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's gonna change.
Oh, this is from last.
Yeah, this will change. when you
We
get-
haven't gotten our new
Yeah, we
data,
have it.
that's right,
in
okay.
July, so-
Okay, it's determined by data reported in New Mexico Vistas.
And I think Ray put IMS, those would be like.
The IMS are
periodic-
your
the
formative.
periodic
Yeah,
checks that he could report out to the board, seeing if we're gonna hit that target, right, Ray? Those are.
Yeah.
Okay, so the formative, the data points you're saying are what?
IMESA, iStations. I don't know.
We'll be using Horizon Education. That's SAT aligned.
Okay, so that's the high school?
Good.
Anything else that could be data that they could see?
Use happy numbers at the elementary. Use Excel.
Yes, I know, or not.
For math? What about science?
That's a cool thing, you guys had an increase, that's last year's figure, but.
Yeah. Overall.
Yeah.
And iMesa and iStation, is that both math and reading? Or is it just?
It does have a math component to it.
Okay. And Horizon is gonna be math and reading? And then Happy Numbers is just math? And then IXL is just math?
Yes.
And then, we don't really have something for science? Okay, so that might require some kind of site level assessment.
But for K2, they don't have math on here either.
We don't have one?
Math,
Yeah,
No,
no,
I don't think there's a, I mean, they give the iStation,
but they
but
don't, the only thing that K2 is reports is reading. So there's
On
not-
New Mexico Vistas,
This was, yeah, there's not really a.
but you'll have the data anyway, because you're gonna have the
Oh, the-
iStation and the Happy Numbers, all that. But it won't be on there.
I don't know if you wanna add Achieve 3000 to the reading, and that's middle school and high school.
Okay. And is that a formative or a summative?
It's a formative.
Okay.
It's on that style.
Okay. And do they do that beginning, middle and end? Okay. Perfect. Anything else you can think of that might be good data points? Okay. Yeah, the science one is gonna have to be, maybe a district created. You may already have something that could do a beginning, middle and end.
I'm thinking you put our publisher and maybe something.
Yeah,
I'll take on it.
okay, awesome.
does the science create formative assessments, common formative assessments that maybe that can be shared with the other? The mountain base.
Okay, so that's our big, that's one of the big goals. Now, do you want, I know we have the ELL scoring. Do we want that to be a separate goal or another sort of goal within student achievement? Or as a data point?
Goal within student achievement.
Okay,
And I think they masked that for some reason, I don't know, because they're doing, coming up with the scores, but, Isaac, can you go back to that? And click on math for the vistas. Wait, go up, no, go down more to the proficiency. Or up, sorry, I'm confused. Right there, go ahead and click that, explore this, and then go down to where it says proficiency. Math, okay, right there. So if you notice, all students' performance at level 1, it was close to 60. If you go ahead and click on the red, go on all, put their cursor on the, and they'll give us the, on the all, sorry, and put it on the red. Yeah, so that overall is 64% of our, or 65% of our kids are scoring level 1 in math. And that's novice or well below expectation. For some reason, if you click on L's, English language learners, it's masked. But before it was unmasked, it was 75% of our kids are scoring at level 1.
5% of our health.
Else, yeah, are scoring level 1.
It's a smaller group, so.
Yes,
The
Yeah.
percentage is higher.
yeah, but the L's, we have about 67% of our student population are L's.
Do we know the breakdown of how many students took that test?
They had it 200 and some kids, I wrote it before they masked that. I can tell you.
So would we want to have an individual goal for just our Ls, or we want to have a goal for all of our student population?
Wow.
And reduce
You
the,
have your big goal and
Yeah,
then
'cause-
maybe your sub goal is your.
L.
Yeah.
There was 248 kids that are L's that took it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because that's a big, I mean, that's a lot of our students, so, but for some reason, they went ahead and masked that now, but even the all, when you look at that,
that's all.
60, that's 300 and what, 60
67.
kids at level 1. So maybe that may even be, but I'm thinking if we move those L's, a lot of those L's are those level 1s to begin with. I
It's
mean,
easier to see.
Well, if you move them, this is gonna.
yeah, so maybe it would be all. You were right, Rick, because I'm thinking, right, if, instead of focusing just on the L's, I mean, those kids.
But that could be a data point is
Oh.
at their, instead of having a whole separate goal for them, looking at their data specifically. So, I mean, what kind of, formative data do we have? Other than what everyone's doing, do we have some carved out data for our English learners? Formative data?
Good. Carve out from all of those assessments for L students.
Just see what they're, yeah,
But I was
as a
really-
subgroup.
It was really surprising when I looked at it from, 64.8, just kids that are L, 75, 1, and, I mean, 3 out of 4 are level 1. And even all, I mean, that's.
I mean, I think that L is a good goal, and I think we should also have a goal in there for all students.
And that's why I put decrease
Yeah,
by
you can't just do one
25%.
subgroup and not do all kids,
Well, we
Wow.
have every, I mean, all the
Yeah.
big goal is for all kids,
for all kids.
right?
And then have a subgroup for those.
We have a
Ls.
sub goal, like a,
Yeah, and that's why I put a decrease from 75, and just a decrease of 25% to make it
well,
like,
couldn't we just frame that as, say, an increase of level 2
oh,
ELLs to, instead of
to 50, to 50%.
to 50%?
Okay,
How do you feel about that?
I like that.
Framing it.
It sounds more
Positive.
Yeah.
positive than negative.
And this is still positive, the what you're trying to say is
But
positive, but it's got.
it comes out negative.
Yeah.
so we want to increase. Well, what happens if, Yeah, that's what I'm saying, if they
That's what
move,
Yeah.
he's trying to
yeah,
say.
because if they,
Yeah.
let's say they.
We
don't go
moved
level two, they go level
25% of
three.
our Ls out of level
But-
one.
That's it. So a percentage moving from to the next level.
Yeah, that's all,
So
yeah,
what number does that look like to be measured? If we framed it in a positive way,
well,
increase in ELL movement from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 by
5% of our Ls will move into the,
next
into
level.
Next
a
level.
higher level in that.
oh,
25%, you said?
yeah, that's, yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I don't know how you all feel about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that.
But 25% of our students will move into,
We'll move out of level one,
will move out of level one into a higher level.
into a higher level.
Is
And
it
why
a
couldn't
yearly?
It
or
also,
this
the level
year?
2 is going to the level 3. Is
Yeah,
that too
it
much?
could. I don't know, that's level two,
Because
to
most
level
of our
three
kids
is
are at
rough,
level 1.
I know.
Yeah,
but
moving up.
level two, I'm hoping that those level two will,
So you want to
They're
focus on the
close.
level 1?
yeah, cause I don't, maybe it's just the way I'm thinking, those level twos are close, and I'm hoping those level ones, they're way, and I just would like our focus to really pay really close attention to those kids, cause those level two, I'm hoping that they're close to level 3, being proficient. Those 25% of, I don't know,
And so if we say 25% of ELLs will move from level 1 to level 2 as measured by,
well, they may, hopefully, do we want to put level 2 or just to a higher?
To a higher.
To a higher
Some
level.
may move out.
Yeah, some of them
Level
move,
one,
may
two.
move higher.
They
a
go
higher
to
level.
level 3.
That'd be
But-
awesome.
We're focusing on level 1.
No, but we're just keeping a close eye on them. Like, those are the ones, I don't, novice and well below, those kids are red kids, right? And they should be right off the bat. We should have those kids identified as soon as we come in July, and these kids are in trouble. And we need to do something immediately for those kids.
So we say 25% of English learners will move from level 1 to a higher level, which is most likely going to be level 2,
Yes.
but still, as measured by, what would that be?
This, all that.
The iVisions or the New Mexico Vistas?
Well,
All the summits, or do you want it?
no, just the summative, just the very end, just like, yeah, whatever we see here at the end of the year. But we can, the same.
Use the same, okay.
We want the same checks.
Data from New Mexico
Yeah.
Vistas still.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if they have it-
Where are the levels? PL one?
Well,
Why do they have it masked?
they didn't have it masked last week. I don't know if they're recruiting, I don't know if they're putting up data. I don't know.
Updating it?
Oh,
Yeah,
You can grab it from our data.
Yeah.
Because I do have it. I was
Where it says
looking at
not,
last week.
how do they rank?
I looked at it again this morning, make sure I have the right number.
So it says on the very bottom of the corner, it says PL one is novice,
So we've got those
PL
two.
two.
I think those are good. I think that then we've got all of these other things that are more like,
No, down.
Go down.
Oh. Near proficiency, okay.
Yeah, see, those level 2 are nearing, they're on the cusp.
They're like there.
Yeah, those level ones,
They're way up.
they're way.
so maybe what we can just have for some of this is a sort of a list of indicators of what, because these are the things that you all think are going to either contribute to increased student achievement or this is what increased student achievement is gonna look like, right? So looking at not having phones in the classroom and a policy of that. Looking at having, getting rid of even an informal policy of 50% means a zero is a zero, right? Looking at the curriculum and teacher professional development on our current curriculum. Data review and responsive instruction through PLCs. And then professional development focused on, it's focused on the needs of staff, but are you thinking more specific for like, depending on where the staff member is in their professional career, like if they're an alternative licensure as opposed to a level 3 teacher, that professional development like might look
Not
different?
that, not that.
Well, some,
Not that in
sometimes
there.
in some instances, it is good to differentiate your professional development for staff. When you have a staff member that might be struggling in something. You wanna provide professional development for. You also
Specific.
have to- Specific to what that staff member is struggling with. You also have to take into account what the needs of the students are that. The staff member is working with as well.
Okay. What about if we said something like, professional development focused on staff needs as determined by their PDPs, so what do they think they need professional development? The board's priorities, so you're making some priorities here about reading, math, and science. So some of that professional development really should focus on reading, math, and science, right?
Yes.
And then maybe their own personal years of experience and where they are in their career, and depending on that. How does that sound? Okay. And so then we also have this discussion on improving the attendance rate as an indicator. Do we want to set that as another sub goal, as an improved attendance rate, and this says 5%? Or do we want to have that as an indicator?
I think
Does
it's,
this have attendance on here? Is it
I don't know if Vistas has attendance. I think it does, isn't it?
20 the metrics, right?
So take how many are truant.
Yeah, you go back and then go down to the bottom for the little. Down there, yeah, right. Okay. If they're masked again, see, they're doing so we can't.
I think it should be a sub goal. Cause I mean, honestly, you can't teach them if they're not here.
Exactly.
Okay,
But do you know, I don't have the attendance rates right off my, top of my head, like what? Like overall as a district, what is our?
I remember they went over last, it was like 79%, wasn't it?
70, it says here 22, 23, 75% overall regular attendance.
Yeah, isn't it bad?
Hey, somebody not thinking it was close to 80.
and that's like an average daily rate of attendance?
That's pretty low. I think 5% it's achievable.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's needed.
That's
No.
neat.
No, that's something that I did, but if I was 10%, I mean, 75,
Yeah.
it is, of course, I don't know what it looks like coming in July. And they released,
Go 7% on that too,
increase the attendance.
about 7%.
You could keep it consistent with.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I go
Okay.
7%.
And so we're looking at improved daily average attendance.
They measure truth.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing
This does measure the amount of students that are true.
It doesn't take into
Well, this is the
consideration
high school.
excuse
Yeah.
absences.
So the high school is 75%, but what is like Rio Grande and them? I don't.
And
No, they were,
how?
that was their average daily attendance.
Oh, okay.
Right.
that's high school.
Yeah, can you click on Rio Grande and see?
So 7%, and so we would say improved daily average attendance by 7%.
Daily attendance, the checks can be done on Power School. You can check on Power School pretty easily. That can be a progress indicator using Power School to be the progress
As
indicator.
measured by,
Power School and
That's not bad.
Vistas. Vista both.
Power School would be the formative
Unless it went down.
data, that could be reported out.
But,
monthly.
Yeah,
You were talking about
Power
the
School
the difference
monthly.
between high school and Rio Grande, because Rio Grande has 85%, which is, I remember them, but it's higher because it's a daily rate or.
More students or How does that work?
No,
So the high school, it's by period,
but here, yeah.
not by day.
These ones.
So they take into
That's hard.
account how much of the
That's
day.
hard.
they-
That's hard.
Okay,
How do you calculate that?
okay.
Because a lot of kids,
I wouldn't even have that.
So.
But they do call it an overall regular. attendance.
seniors are gonna have
So
to
really,
take classes,
Don't go the other one.
the 7%
even though
real.
they're already not.
I just, so it's daily attendance, we're looking at not the amount of kids we have.
You don't need all.
And
But they
that's
probably
what-
have them,
is that what you guys
but
think?
already
Are there typing of changes?
graduated.
I know, that's why I don't.
Class.
Truant is
But they
if
still
if
call
a kid
teachers,
misses a certain
absent.
percentage of the school year. They're considered truant. Unexcused.
That's why this goes by truancy, because that's what the law is.
Oh.
Hmm.
So these are truant kids,
Uh-huh.
lady. So we have 15% kids that are truant at.
In attendance.
25% at the high school.
Well, and you all were talking about closed campus. So that's it.
Surprise.
Sophomore.
And I mean, that might be data you wanna look at, like, when are they most truant? Is it the morning classes? Is it after lunch? When is it happening the most?
And is it freshmen? Is it sophomores?
We thought it was seniors, but it's spread out pretty much.
Like equally
Full
supplemental?
opportunity truant.
And then we thought it was after lunch, but then we started pulling lunch passes if they were tardy in the morning, so then they would miss first period.
Interesting.
So like, they're just, they figure out a system and things.
When do they become eligible to get a license, a driver's license? I mean, would it be
16.
so maybe we should do a closed campus for freshmen and sophomores?
Right now it's closed for freshmen.
And you all were talking about incentivizing, so if they earned a lunch pass, would be the upper grades would have to earn it, they wouldn't just automatically get it, it's kind of what they were thinking about.
We have something like that in place, it was just hard to enforce. Yeah. But if we get our attendance liaison, they'll really help us with that.
This is not a right, it's a privilege. And that privilege can be taken away.
Okay, so I mean, and then I think we can have as a fourth sub goal, because then you all have made it sort of a goal for yourself too, that you're gonna spend 60% of your regular school board meetings talking about student achievement. So I think that can be a fourth sub goal. I think that's good.
Yes.
So we've got, well, actually, we've got like one big goal and we've got 3 sub goals, really. So this is like 1A and then 1B. Okay. All right, and then I think we hit everything on here as either an indicator or a sub goal. So we just maybe need to organize it. Oh, we also have on here bullying, mental health, and tutoring. Is there after-school tutoring now at the secondary level?
We have after-school programs, but it's not necessarily geared toward just tutoring.
Maybe we should.
If you really pay attention to your level 1 instruction in the core, then you're not gonna have such a huge need for those after-school tutoring and those intervention programs, because it's that tier 1 instruction that you really have to focus on in classrooms.
But like at the high school level, I think for kids, like with math in particular, my daughter has to go every day after school for tutoring for, geometry or whatever. She just does. And she goes in there and gets homework help. And so she does
Tutors have to
that.
be certified.
But you can pay your teachers to do it
Oh, okay.
after school.
But our after-school programs are a little different, right?
Well, they're at the elementary.
They're like, at the high school, we have a bilingual, we have a educated writing, we have a science one, yeah. And then we're gonna start engaging about,
They're more focused for like extracurricular kind of activity.
they're around the 21st century. so
21st,
It's
that's-
more of a goal of engaging kids, not gonna be tutoring.
That's what we have at the elementary.
Is it
Yeah, it's
possible
just
through
engagement.
21st century though, to have like the first 20 minutes of that time be homework help?
They do.
Okay, so they're
That's one
doing
of the
that.
requirements.
Do they have, I mean, are they certified teachers that are doing the 21st century?
Yes,
Okay,
most of them.
There's occasionally a teacher here and there that's at EA. Okay. So is it pretty structured in terms of now we're doing homework, then we're gonna move on to gaming or whatever? Okay. So, I mean, it sounds like that's kind of happening already, and whether or not it needs to happen, like, just more specific.
But once again, just use myself, for example, if I'm doing the 21st century grant after school and I'm helping with homework, it's geometry or even basic algebra. Sorry, there's no way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, for those kids, how do you get help? It's.
You need someone who can help, actually help, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm. So, I mean, it may be that you, in particular with math, you need to have math teachers after school available for tutoring.
Difficult to get.
And or the teachers get the proper training to teach in the classroom.
But I mean, the kids are always gonna need extra help. But I think that, if you're gonna have like specifically math tutoring, it should be math certified teachers.
Is that a stipend or is that overtime?
They don't get overtime, but if they're gonna have an extra duty outside of their contract hours, we would pay them like an hourly rate.
That would be great.
That would be different for the 21st century. More than likely.
And then, sure, we could get teachers running for 21st century
To pay them.
to pay them, because we do have.
And it's not their daily rate though.
It is, no, it's not.
No, so that's what I'm saying, like a lot of teachers, some of them don't want to do that 21st century. That's another thing, because it's not their daily rate or their daily. whatever.
Their hourly rate.
Hourly rate, yeah, but they end up.
Do you think it's
Incentivize
maybe
that.
more of a stipend maybe?
Incentivize that, you have to get.
It's
a
gotta
bad
be
teacher that
incentivized.
gets-
It's a I think it's a must.
It's important
Very important. To get these
for any
kids
kid
figured
that's
out,
helping math, I mean, to be able to go there and get.
especially the ones that are staying after that want the help. We need to give them that help.
It's difficult to recruit those kids too.
Yeah, it is.
Even just to recruit them to come back.
Or they're in sports, where they're, you know. It just.
That's when you have a mean mom like me.
Mm.
But I'm like, oh, you're not going to practice, you're going to tutoring.
Well, if they're not doing so great, where does that come in? You can't, you
Shouldn't help, they shouldn't be able to play.
you shouldn't be able to participate because that's a privilege too.
This should be the priority. But, I think they can find ways at the school sites to get kids to want to go. I don't know, do they run a separate bus for 21st century? So those kids could still get a bus home if they needed to.
Cause I was on my way to a track meet, doing Rosa when I was in high school. And my math teacher, Mrs. Benny, went and pulled me off the bus.
I remember.
You went and talked to the coach, this guy, all I ran was a white man's relay. But she took me out the bus and told my coach, he's got an F average
No track for you?
in physics, so got me off the bus right there and then.
Well, okay, so I think we have a lot here now in terms of the bullying and mental health. That is also on the security. Do we want to move that
I
over
would say
there?
move it over there.
Okay, all right. We'll move that over there. And then this one, I think is in, we can type it up and it's in pretty good shape in terms of, you know, giving it to Mike as a draft,
Cool.
okay? And that was a really good one. Okay, bullying and mental health over here. Which one do you all want to do next?
Just
We
go
work
down the
on-
line.
Yeah.
You're there.
You want to do the security one then?
Yeah,
Okay, so we have here for security. And you need to be thinking like in terms of an actual goal, right, for security. But,
Or I do have a question.
Oh,
When
yeah.
you said type it up, I started worrying like. Do we type it
yeah,
out?
that's
or-
all you.
I know, that's the secretary.
yeah,
I'm just.
Or Elsa,
Hopefully, no.
or
I'm
I
just
could
not-
do
I'm
it, 'cause
trying to
look at
look-
this.
I know, I was just looking, I was trying to look at that. I was
Ah.
trying to sneak and I was thinking, oh, how am I gonna?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's gonna be a big-
No, but you could do that.
And then-
I got it.
No, I'll
That's
step
not
up.
crazy, you know.
Yeah,
You can do
that's
it.
what you more.
Easy money.
That way you don't have to worry about it.
I was like,
That's a good
Okay.
one. Aquí, Mr. Secretary?
You can read my chicken scratch. Follow the arrows.
I have a lot of chickens, but I can't read their scratch.
Okay, so this one we have, so we need to be thinking in terms of a goal, right? But we have some topics here of close campus for 9th and 10th, incentivize off campus for 11th and 12th. Security guards on every campus. No cell phone use, headphones, outside computers, home computers, watches, all of those things that distract kids. 100% of schools have secure access. And is that, are we talking about the swipes? The swiping in, key cards, okay. Looking at our policy on bullying, I know you do have a policy on bullying through the policy service, but taking a look at that and seeing if you wanna revise it. Getting security guards for the middle and the high school, so we've got every campus and we've got middle and high school. We've got C, the last audit, and I'm not sure if we ever decided if we had the audit or didn't, so I think we need to clarify with Mike if we had that Tom's facility audit for each school. Yeah, do you know?
I have for high school.
Okay. Did
You
Tom's
have,
come
you
out
have a
and do that?
report? You got your report?
And so looking at that report would be helpful. Do you know if they did it for every school or did just? Okay, so great, so it's done. I think it-
This past year?
Yeah,
Right on.
that'd be great. Cause then you all could take a look at those reports and, I mean, they tell you what should be your priority. They try to help you prioritize, so that will help you kind of figure out where you want to put your time and money. Okay, then we have security guards at each school again, so we've got that twice. And then key cards again. Okay, so that is a big one. Social emotional learning program, research-based. That kind of goes with bullying, mental health, and all of that together. So I feel like there's kind of some, maybe 3 things emerging from this. One is like, actual hard security on the campuses, and then the other is more security in terms of mental health and well-being security. And I think the hard security includes the reports from POMS, the key cards, and the security guards. And I think, I don't know, what do you all think? Does the closed campus fit in more with hard security, mental health security, all of it, all of the above?
I think they won't look at it the way we do, but I think we're helping the kids out by doing a closed campus. They just don't see it happening.
No.
As an open campus,
I think it should stay under security.
Okay, but which, put it at the heart or the emotional, social?
Well, they're all kind of intertwined.
I mean,
Because
it
if
could
we-
just be an indicator too, you know, as a sort of checkpoint of as something you all would like to see happen along with the cell phone policy.
Because if you have a kid that leaves campus to go smoke or to go drink, and if you can take that from him, then he can't leave, right? So then he's either gonna be gone for the whole day, or he's gonna be in school all day.
and it's,
So we
So
have to
mom's
put it
gonna
in,
know either he was gone for half a day, or he's going to smoke and then coming causing problems, or
I'm thinking it
We
more like a parent, but is security and safety the same? When you think of the law enforcement, security and safety, are they the same?
we're securing them at school, so they're gonna
Yeah.
be safe.
Okay, so safe, I think of those campuses, it keeps those kids from being driving, drinking, or doing
Yeah.
whatever they go
Yes.
do. So you're keeping them safe.
Exactly.
So it's all within the same,
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be hard.
it's gonna be hard either way.
No, hard security, I mean,
Oh,
that's.
hard security, yes.
Is that a possibility?
For what? For closing it, for summer? Yeah, stop talking stuff on me, because that's when we do have more, fights.
Well, because when they're young, they wanna,
They're testing the water.
yeah,
That's all they're
they
doing.
wanna go out there and prove something
They're
to
testing
whoever
the
knows
water.
who's out of.
They're,
They just don't,
they're changing inside and there's.
their responsibilities just
Like,
aren't priority. They're gonna test the waters, either way they
they're
go.
not the smartest.
When you guys close campus
Decision.
for freshmen, what kind of community input did you
I
get?
think it was received well,
You didn't get any?
nothing.
Yeah, the parents are saying, they really appreciated that.
Yeah.
The one, yeah,
I have two.
Well, and they're, the freshmen were looking forward to. And they give me a hard time the first week and then after that, they're.
I think at this point, we're looking at the overall picture already. Student achievement.
Well, yeah. So what do you all think, in terms of an actual goal on this? Because, would that look like, you know, an increase in, secure facilities? Is it more based on facilities? Would it be a decrease in, you know, serious incidences on your campuses? Have you had those incidences and are they significant?
You're
You
saying
know?
we're gonna increase, we're still talking about closed campus, correct?
Well, I'm talking about a goal, a security goal in
Oh,
general,
security goal.
because.
because you know, like,
closed campus-
she needs is like at the Garfield, you don't have the big
No,
fights and.
No, yeah, no, but the
and-
more kids
but-
stay, the
But
bigger.
how do we
Yeah.
measure it? How do we
Exactly,
evaluate Mr. Chavez on this?
Yeah, and
It's
how do
different.
you
and
rate
would it
him?
be a decreased, you know, could it be partly the truancy rate? And that's gonna increase, and that could be a measure here too. Could it be a decrease in, you know, student incidences resulting in long-term suspension, expulsion, those kinds of things? I don't know how frequently that's happening.
I think a physical presence will start chipping away at the problems.
Okay.
We do have data on long-term, short-term, long-term suspension, and school suspension. We kind of, if they're ditching, what incidences were, if you want to look at just ditching. I mean, that's only at the high school, I don't think they ditch.
That they do.
They're not, they're too young. They go with their parents. Shut
I know when we first closed campuses or we took lunch classes away, we were fighting the ditching a lot. Cause they go and they try to sneak out through other doors.
So how does that work towards following the steps towards discipline, that kind of stuff?
Ditching's an automatic.
They're probably, some of these kids just don't care. You take privileges away, it's like, oh, whatever.
Ditching's an automatic what?
Access.
Well, and like, what about reports of bullying and things like that? I mean, could you look at specific data? Do you want to just focus on the high school? You want to focus on all the schools? Because I don't know if all the schools are gonna have the same types of like referral data that a high school is so rich with. But you have, you know, if you're thinking about all of these things, mental health and everything in terms of security, it's both the security person, the secure campus, and it's that safety and security with mental health, social, emotional, all that kind of stuff. So how do you want that goal to look? Is it a decrease in incidences of bullying, or serious behavior resulting in suspension, long-term expulsion? Is it, you know, an increase in classes and resources related to mental health, social emotional learning, you know, anti-bullying types of things?
So if we roll all that up into a ball, what would we call it?
Well, we've called it security.
But I've still.
We
not-
could have a goal and a sub-goal.
So the security, the reason we're creating a goal for security is what is the issue? What is the problem we're trying to solve?
Exactly, and it
Right.
seems as though there's a concern about security of campuses. And I don't know if it's coming from just generally, that's a concern we all have now, or if it's specific incidences that have occurred.
I think it's
So
more
just thinking-
general.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about the key card. So 3 out of 5 schools will have key cards by the end of the
I'll say
school.
100%.
Or 100%, whatever. Yeah.
We don't know what that's gonna cost.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying that's measurable, but I just don't know how else we measure or what,
How we measure it.
how we measure. That's a tough one.
You mean in general?
Yeah, how do you evaluate him on it?
Yeah.
What,
You gotta be able to evaluate them.
yeah, it's gotta be evaluated.
So what's the problem or issue?
And just like security guards, I mean, we're gonna have to look
Well,
into
I don't-
hiring.
I don't think it's necessarily a problem, I think it's a potential problem.
You're being
it's-
proactive.
we're being proactive.
We wanna be
to-
proactive, yes.
To stop something from happening. We don't want a shooting, we don't want.
Exactly.
No, but,
we don't-
but if we're gonna make it a goal for him, how do we measure it?
And you gotta be able to measure it.
Well, once you
I know,
measure, but what do you wanna see at the end of the year? 100% of our schools that have
Key
limited
card.
access with key cards. How many of our schools do we wanna have a security guard by the end of the year?
And what do you consider a security guard? That would fall into another category, because then you gotta define. What's that person's role? Is he packing? Or is he just there to monitor?
Well, if
The
he's
school-
packing, he has to have the.
That's-
standing
It would be
training.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
See, and then so there's the cost. There's the cost.
LCPS, they have their own security guards who are unarmed.
Right.
They're just there to help with like fights, to help with
Traffic.
traffic control, ditching, hall monitoring,
So
So
that's,
But
again,
they're another
that's-
presence. in the
they,
school.
they're
And-
another friend, they check all the doors, make sure they're all
and
locked,
that's gotta fall in the budget as well.
yes.
The key cards. Again, the cost for that. The cost to renew them every year, right? That's, or do they, I don't know, or the software has to be renewed.
You know, like, right now, there's one down at the high school, and we're waiting until July to get it back up.
See, so,
And Mr. Again, those, once you, the door close, it's very rare that the door stays open by itself with those nowadays. Those
Yeah, I
people-
know, I know, as long as you make sure it's closed.
Yeah. But people don't put rocks anymore or have to worry about, because they forget their key card, there's, none of that still.
it should, the
But
doors
not
buzz.
all the doors have this.
Oh,
It's only certain entry points that do have. That you would use.
The other one are
You
hard
can't get
keys,
into every single door.
all the other ones are hard keys.
And then like, if they're in the gym,
So
and
we
the
have
kids
trailers.
like to use those side doors, but the minute that the door open, it rings. So they'll know that.
I kind of think you all need to look at the report from Palms.
The kids are.
Exactly. Before we move forward, we need to look at.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna get a
And
lot of
the kids
information on that. Were you
Why
able
don't
to
you
send
open
those reports to us?
I don't have all of them.
Okay, you just have the high school?
And I'll open it and I'll.
I'm sure Mike has all of them. Is there anyone else who would
When,
have?
when you've approved a budget, though, how do you prioritize the budget once it's in, that, you know, so.
I close.
Well, you can take such a cute like head and still make line item changes throughout the year if you need to. So if you all decided that, hey, in January, we want to get this building, you know, we want to start with the middle school next and then start moving through this. Or you may look at that report and decide that there's other things that they've determined are more critical at certain schools. Could be cameras, be lighting that are going to be prioritized.
And that's what Vicente was working on, was the lighting, the windows,
Cameras.
the windows at the front office to make sure that they.
Shatterproof.
Something.
bulletproof.
I know he was looking shatterproof or something. And the keys, the doors lock in and they buzz when they open. So if it opens and it buzzes, then they know which door it was.
So, I mean, you all may need to have more discussion. I mean, you've got a lot that clearly is on your mind with this, but you're not exactly, you're trying to be proactive. You don't know
But
what
we don't know what we're doing yet.
We
just
can
yet.
table, we can table that until we get
Oh, we can
more
just visit
information.
that Meeting with Vicente.
Well, I think, look, let's get these reports
If we
and
can,
then,
Bring them to.
get the Palms reports. That's a good start.
That's your homework. Read the report.
Oh.
When you get home,
Once we get it.
We might even just be able to contact Julie Garcia at Tom's and ask her if she could send them to us.
that would be great.
Cause I bet she's got them.
And then she can send all the schools. reports.
Yeah, exactly, to you all. So let's put that one to the side for the moment, and then do you wanna go on to this community staff and student relations?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got here, weekly visits to all the schools. And speaking with admin and teachers, parents need to be able to use the school website. Parents should be logged on to the portal. Is that for, parent view or whatever, looking at grades?
Yeah. When my kids were in school, I was able to get in there and look at assignments and grades.
Okay,
So
They
if,
still can do.
is
and
that what you all?
I
have?
know, but we need to make sure that
Oh,
every parent knows and help them log on. Because they're like, oh yeah, you can have Power School, but it's like, did you help me log on? Did you help me? Did you show me how to use it? No. And that way they can hold their kids accountable.
Mhm. Yeah.
Cause that's what I would do. I was like, looky here,
And it's still,
it's right there that you're
Me too.
missing 10 assignments.
I'm
Did you
exactly
get a
that.
letter? I can't remember.
No, I would just log on every day.
No, but how did you know to log on?
There used to be a letter.
There used to be. a
I think
letter,
at the
right?
beginning of the year, a letter
They
went out.
get a code, like
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
password.
But some parents may not even know.
Don't even know
So, okay.
exactly how to log on, Mr. No have a computer over here.
is that still available?
I would hope so. Miss Olguin, is it?
Miss
still
Olguin, is that
Power
available?
School?
Powerful? Yes,
It is?
Student view, I mean, students can look too. so
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
also-
It's like, how do, show me how to use it. That way I know how, where to go exactly, and then.
And then I think the other piece of that is making sure those are updated, you know?
Updated, and that way that's,
Especially-
under community involvement. That way the
Exactly.
community knows how to log on, how to check on their kids. You know,
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
that
So that would
usually
be
needs to
like,
be updated.
that would be
And
like
it's
not.
meetings at each school at the beginning of the year, like they would have a couple
well,
of their meetings or.
when you do your parent teacher conference too, look,
That's
Miss-
already.
well, I know, but we could do it at the beginning, but then Miss Moreno, how are you doing with, you know, your Power School?
Yeah.
It's on the Power School, the assignments should be on, the grades should be on weekly.
At elementary, I think it's easy for teachers to make sure all their parents know how to log in and their students know how to log in. At middle school and high school, it can, do you all have advisory, or maybe it could run through that where they could be accountable for making sure everyone knows?
Yeah, we do
Or
have,
homeroom?
we have a, it's called different things everywhere. Yeah, we do. And then by your class. We can run that through, we can parents know, maybe even post a how-to video, because we do have the instructions. We have them in our handbook, we have them right now in various places, but maybe if we did a video.
Mhm.
And posted it on the website, that
Yeah.
would help.
So it's been in place, but a lot of the community doesn't utilize it.
They do.
I think
They
some
do.
do, like I
But-
have it on my phone for both of my kids, and even when one of my kids is marked tardy, I get a notification.
Yeah,
Can you check to see how many parents are getting on there? Does it give you a report?
I don't
Or is that
know
even,
about that, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
because it may not,
like
maybe,
a tally,
yeah.
maybe monthly.
But I do think a lot of parents need more hand-holding than other parents.
Right, they need
more,
help.
yes, help to do it, so. And I think even making sure the students know how to do it, which they probably do, and then they can also.
No,
help
we
their
don't need the
parents.
kids to know. The parents need to know.
No, I know, I know.
The kids need to know,
They already know.
they don't need to know how
They
it's
have-
down.
Yeah,
I'll run into them and show me your grades, and
Yeah.
I'll open up the Power School app.
but making sure the students also know how to help their parents
Help their parents.
with the parent view,
Right.
right? Okay, and then this says teachers should have an open door policy. And that, I think, more like welcoming and come talk to me and how, this is how you get a hold of me.
That's more at the elementary, middle school level, you know, because the kids are just. The parents need to be able to go talk to the teacher and say, you know, my son is going through this, my daughter's going through that. you know.
But I heard, I don't know, I don't know if it's a rumor, but I heard they're doing teacher conferences through phones now. Is that true, Brandy?
Some of them. some
Not in
parents
person?
prefer it. It just depends on what their preference. is.
Or through Zoom.
This year, we didn't have parent teacher conference day. So most of it probably was, but this coming year, we do have 2 designated days for parent teacher conferences.
Yeah, because we hardly have any contact with most parents. And I would think keeping the parent teacher conferences in person would help that.
Would
And
help.
keeping them on.
Even if
I don't know
it's-
they're gonna be on the same days, because I know in the
Yeah.
past, teachers would get to decide if they wanted to have it in the evening, 5 evenings a row, or, I mean, it makes it hard. I just.
It was nicer when because you could run from school to school and see all the teachers.
Yes.
If you had 2 or 3 kids. And that's what happens with most of the part, they have 2 or 3 kids.
Yeah.
And
I'll
school
work it.
decides-
Well, they want it more consistent this year.
Oh, okay,
For
good.
the whole district to be that way, but they
Okay.
want it in the evenings that way.
Okay, but it's all consistent, all the schools, not one school gets to decide we're gonna do it from 8 to 8, or it's all the same
We're
in
talking
each
about
school?
more consistency.
Okay, good.
Good.
There was even talk that they were asking parents to make an appointment for their phone calls. That's no way. You don't get nothing done that way.
Well, if it's parent teacher conference, that's the only way to do it.
Over
But
the
I'm afraid we're
phone?
talking, oh, now over the phone,
By
they're saying if they're.
Not by appointment, but I
Over
wanna
the-
see,
by Appointment.
No, face to face.
I wanna see you because
Oh,
I
the
can
parent-
tell a lot by.
Yes,
The teachers were suggesting to parents
yes.
instead
What
of.
time would you like? No,
Like-
that's
like-
that's not,
So now I get what you mean.
I think it'd be best just to keep it in person.
In
Yes. De por sí batallamos to get the parents involved.
It's kind of like
Yeah,
when you would say, you know, we have to have day tomorrow, so you guys wanna come to school tomorrow? Probably gonna do this place.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
did.
exactly.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So
should be
this
district.
has, visibility in every school weekly, communication improved. I know we're talking specifically about, you know, making sure the board is informed of things, but then also, distributing information so that the community can act like, send out a text on our mind and then have an email and that kind of thing. Open door policy without fear of retaliation. School websites, is this more about, making sure that the school websites have like pertinent information posted on them, or what was that about?
Especially even
Updated.
even the calendars, the
Yeah.
calendar on the district site, it's empty. You know what it has? School board meetings. And if they enter anything else, it's sport activities. But there should be the other,
All the, whatever's
like,
happening in every
anything
school.
academic should be on the school calendar. Anything that's pertinent to parents, community.
Absolutely. Okay, we had PLCs listed on this one as well. What was the thought on that one?
Just for the staff and faculty,
Oh, interacting with each other,
or the collaboration piece.
Yes, okay.
Support that.
like organized and regular collaboration among staff. Okay. And then this has parent involvement. And what are we thinking about in terms of parent involvement?
To me, it's the same, you know, like when we do the parent teacher conference, that they're involved, maybe the first day of school, all parents are welcome to come in, bring their student, even at the middle school level. Have the parents come in and introduce themselves to the principal, because sometimes we have a new principal. If we are gonna have a security officer, to have the security office there so he can introduce himself, that we're gonna be there, this is what we're gearing towards. Just being able to letting the parents know that they are welcome at any time.
I think student success starts at home. That's the kind of the discussion that we're trying to have, or or have the parents understand
That we need their
everything
help,
starts at home and we need their support.
we need their
We
help.
need their help.
Do the schools have monthly parent meetings still?
Used to.
But I don't know. Cause, I mean, if we want the parents, I mean, we would have math night, reading night, even cooking, we'd have Ben Archer come
I
and
know Garfield,
healthy foods and
Garfield does.
just I mean. And I don't know what that would look like at the high school, middle school, but having parents just. I don't know, monthly parent night, something that would send out a survey, what are you interested in, and whether it be, I mean, kind of like the stuff they have at Home Depot even, where they make
Me.
projects, I mean, just.
A gathering
Like,
last year, this.
DIYs, all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
The high school, remember? We had a big community turnout.
yeah,
We had over at whoever was interested in GED classes or English ESL classes, that sort of thing.
And we had a great turnout.
So
We had a
the-
great turnout, especially because we fed them.
and the food pantry is.
Well, if you feed them, they will come.
Yeah. But-
And you have to have dinner or something.
You have to.
If you're asking them to come in the evening.
We even had daycare, we would even provide for the
Yeah.
parents, we would have places where the kids could go and go watch a movie or go do some kind of activity. For the parents, unless it was like a math and things where parents could work with the kids, but it was specific for the adults. We would have the kids so they could sit there and learn and do something.
What about parent specific, like movie nights with their student kids? Do you still have that, Brenda?
I think they did it. A lot of pastoral ministries here. They even have like a special person dance. Maybe. They had a lot of.
They had
different things.
this elementary level.
Elementary and then Dee did a lot of things to it. All the elementary do a great job at that. And I know at the middle school, Miss Perry did a lot of parent nights where they had a lot of information they were sharing. It was, or there was nights where one of the clubs was cooking for the parents and they were very active. It's kind of at the high school where.
Do you have like a parent teacher association at the high school? That's active?
It's kind of small, it's stuff at the high school, but we can do. I mean, we'll do better.
Not call it a student movie night, a parent movie night, when a parent is responsible to involve their kid, come watch a movie with them. I mean, it gets them together for that.
No phones during the movie.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we also have on here improved IT communication. And do you have a district-wide communication method, right? That's like the Remind app or something like that.
They usually just use email.
Okay, so like if a parent doesn't check their email regularly, could they get a text, like a robocall or a text? To say, hey, go check your email, we've sent out something important.
We do send those out.
Okay, is it through, what's the system?
It's through our power school. I can't remember what it's called. But it is. Yeah, the secretaries at each school can send out a message. Or there's a person in a central office that can send out.
Okay. So it could be
And
school
it could be
specific.
voice or text,
Okay,
and it's limited on the amount of text.
yeah, it's a very small amount of letters, right?
Yeah.
But that's why I often see it'll say, we sent out an important email, please check your email, like if it's something they really need to read, you know?
Your son was not present at fourth period. We have to get a lot of those.
We do
Yeah.
send
The
those.
the attendance calls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 in the morning for the meeting.
Okay, and then this last one is incentives for teachers and students for all things done well, and I think this could be part of what the board takes on for this one as really looking at recognition for, and you all kind of focus on these goals, student achievement recognition, attendance recognition. What are these indicators? And then that could be something you all are really focused on too.
You know, in the past, the board's given out the pins, so the heart of American, heart of American.
What gift cards? Is that legal? incentive
For teachers and students.
for everyone, teachers, students.
Yeah. You can give gift cards to like Subway. I've bought them personally, given kids out for Subway or to the coffee truck. We've done the staff spot, some for the kids for the coffee trucks.
Maybe that, yeah, that would be good, maybe give part to someone. Who doesn't appreciate a free lunch if they're successful in what you're doing? Yeah, some of the board will look into, you know, if it's legal.
We need to ask Sheila if it's legal.
So what would we look at in terms of a goal here for him that would be measurable? And how would we measure it? We talked about surveys. I think we would need to have some other data points besides just like an end of the year survey or a mid-year survey. But I mean, it could be like, you know, the perception of the district is 80% favorable, 75% favorable as measured by surveys. You know, individualized feedback, you could interview people, and that could be community staff and students.
Mhm.
But it would have to be anonymous.
Yeah. Even the attendance rate of faculty and staff, I mean, with
Well, we've got a faculty retention.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
we've got that other separate goal, recruitment and retention.
Be a bit of his visibility in the schools.
I mean, I think that is a data point, like. He's in the schools, people are seeing him, and then all that contributes to, and the open door policy, the, you know, parent engagement. All of those improved communication, et cetera, but all of that contributes to a more positive. Favorable view of the district, like they want to keep their kids here. So that, I mean, even that could mean enrollment increase or stability of enrollment or however you think you could best measure people being happy with the district.
Yeah, but a district, some type of letter monthly from our superintendent, and not like stand around and get on the radio, but I mean, something like that would keep us.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I know, I don't know if they do that in person, but I would listen. What's downtown to get out there?
Like a monthly letter from
Yes.
superintendent. I've seen it done in
Newsletter?
QC schools,
Oh, they do
I've seen it all over the place.
That
Okay.
maybe, I just haven't, I haven't
What
looked.
does it say?
The state of the district, what plans they have coming up, it's another way of communicating with the community and parents.
Is it on the website?
Yeah,
Maybe it's a survey that's sent out a few times a year that's measuring the perception of district from all stakeholders, students, staff, and parents, but it doesn't come from
Some sort of third party.
comes from a third party. So that it's totally anonymous.
Well, you could have 3 different ones, and you could start with like, say, students at the beginning of the year, then parents at the middle of the year, then staff at the end of the year. To do the surveys, and then by the end of the year, you kind of have you might also, you could do all of them at once, but it'll be hard to, it's such a big group to measure, you know what I mean? You might do better targeting certain groups. You might even do better having parents, when they come to parent conferences, fill out a little survey. Sit down with the teacher, do your parent conference, hey,
there you go,
here's how you get out of here, fill this out for us.
exactly.
Collect them, turn it in. Students in advisory or in their homeroom class, they can fill out a survey. It's paper pencil, it's a little harder to calculate, but you're gonna get probably a better response rate than if you just send something out electronically. But then for your teachers, your staff, you're probably gonna wanna send out something electronically so that it is anonymous. Your students and your parents are not going to be as concerned. They don't have to put their names on it, obviously. But if at parent conference, they have a quick survey to fill out, then that's a lot of data. And if you did that at the beginning of the year, you know, towards the beginning of the year, then you could really have some specific things you could focus on, depending on what you get back from that.
Student data through Panorama on like the culture of the school, the rigor of the stuff that they do. We also have, I think, staff to the survey this year, towards the end of the year. That was staff survey.
And we talked about that before. It was not a terrible return, but what would you remember the return on that survey? It was like 25% or something. But I mean, it's hard to, that's not a bad return, actually. But usually it's like the people that are grumpy that turn them in. So if you could find a way to get people who just get everyone to do it, is not just the grumpy people.
And those are generic questions, who comes up with those questions?
I would think we would want to come up with questions.
Maybe some of them come from you, some of them come from the site level principal, some of them come from Mike, you know, and his team.
Yeah, great questions. The board will create a question. Principal, create a question. Put them all together, put it out there.
Cause I mean, you're gonna have anecdotal information, like you're always getting that input for you all. But you need to have also more global, you know, information about how people are feeling about things.
How frequent we want to post quarterly or? Or be serve best just once?
It's a year, twice a year tops, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the max, it would be 3 times, because if you did one for staff, one for students, and one for parents. Parent conference, one mid-year for students and advice or your homeroom, and then one in the spring for your staff.
But how would that relate to, if we're setting these goals for our evaluation, if we do that in.
Well, but here's the, yeah, so you're probably, you could do a long fall if you needed it for your evaluation. And then your questions on your survey should really come from these indicators, you know, have you seen Mr. Chavez on your campus?
Okay.
You know, or have you accessed the school website? Do you find it helpful? Yes or no? You know, do you know how to log into ParentView? How often do you log in? You know, do you feel comfortable going to calling your teacher, your child's teacher and meeting with them? You know, do you receive regular communication from the school district about important things? Just looking at these indicators, these are your questions for your survey, you know?
Yeah, that sounds good.
So I think you should have something like a satisfaction rating, like, because at the end of each survey, it could be like, are you satisfied with the school district, not satisfied with the school district, or partially satisfied, however you want to word that. And then that's how you could get your criteria here for your goal. So parent, staff, and student will report satisfaction, you know, 75%, 80, whatever you all want to do, whatever's reasonable, will report satisfaction. And remember, Mike's gonna look at these and he's gonna have some feedback to tweak these, right? With the school district. I mean, and you know, of course, one of the questions could be, you know, are you gonna bring your student back here next year? You're gonna be back, right? With the school district as measured by. And Mike will probably have some ideas, also have some ideas about how to measure this, but by surveys.
I guess the security one could have a survey as well, but they'll say, you feel.
Well, you could put a safety one on here for sure on your survey, absolutely.
There was a section.
Safety. And the panorama data, is that something you all collect every year? So you would have that, so that could be from surveys. panorama data. Are there other ways we collect feedback from parents? It could be enrollment even, because if you walk, you vote with your feet. If I don't like it here, I leave, or I go somewhere else.
Community schools, it was just kind of informally, some post-it notes, that sort of thing.
Okay,
There were some surveys that were sent out through the district for our graduate profile.
graduate profile. And what do you all think is like a reasonable percentage that you would want to see? What's reasonable? What do you want to see? I mean, obviously you want to see 100%, that's not gonna happen. What's reasonable within there,
Say 80%.
Yeah.
80%?
8% above.
Okay,
We're talking about satisfaction or safety.
yeah, the satisfaction may be kind of the general, and all those things, safety, communication, all of that would sort of fall under that. So we would say 80% of parents, staff, and students will report satisfaction with the school district as measured by surveys, panorama data, graduate profile, enrollment data, and then anything else you can think of. And Mike will have some other ideas, I'm sure. How do you all feel about that one?
So,
Good?
Work in progress.
Okay. All right, we're on our last one. You guys better get a snack and something to eat. I feel like your energy is waning.
Might be fired by the end of the day.
Okay, we're almost there.
Have a usual slow.
Okay, this is staff retention and recruitment. So we've got training, and we probably need to focus on content-specific training, right? Because we're focusing on reading, math, and science. Okay, so specific to reading, math, and science. And of course, I know what high school teachers are gonna say, I don't teach science.
But if you do,
Yes, you do. Okay, everybody has to focus on it, right?
yes.
Okay,
They all teach reading.
they all teach reading, and math teachers will say, I do not. High school math teachers, they're the worst. Okay, cultural sensitivity. Community involvement. Okay. And I don't know, does that fit in here or does that fit in over here? On the other one, okay. And we did a lot with that over here, I feel like, so we've got that to move to relations, okay. What about here we have incentive by expertise. And we were talking about, stipends, retention stipends for hard to fill positions, is that what you're kind of thinking of?
I'm thinking that if I'm not gonna pay you $20,000 or whatever the rate it might be, if you're a math teacher that doesn't know your math. But I will pay you 30,000 if your expertise is in math.
Okay. So that might have to be flushed out a little more as to how you get there. You could do
Yeah.
signing bonuses,
Yeah.
but then the retention bonus could be based on
Yeah.
other things, right?
You kind of mentioned or thinking along the lines of, if you're alternative licensure, you wouldn't get the stipend or
Right.
get that, but if you're a
Because-
certified math teacher, yeah. But
Exactly.
as soon as you get, if you're alternative licensure, as soon as you get your
Certification.
certification, you're good and you'll start
You get
receiving
the
that as an incentive. Right.
Okay. I had also put down here, because a lot of districts are doing this now, reimbursing for master's degrees or national board certification. That might be something you all want to think about down the road, because that is a way to entice people to come to the district.
At one point they did,
I've seen that, yeah.
Bilingual,
at one point, the district, that's how I got my license endorsement.
And what happened? Maybe we need to introduce it.
Yeah, they paid for everything. In fact,
They used to
some of the
bilingual and ESL.
Yeah, in fact, we would have courses even that would come, I remember I took it with, yeah, they would even teach classes here to help you get your endorsement.
There you
I
go.
mean,
Considering the population that's served here, everybody should have bilingual or TESOL.
they would pay for those courses.
So you might want to think about some kind of reimbursement program for higher ed or national board certification or the bilingual TESOL endorsements if they have to take classes for those. You know, I would always recommend a reimbursement program because, and then you could just say you have to get a C or better, or B or better, whatever, before we pay you, but then we pay you, we reimburse you for the cost of that.
The district does pay for national.
They do. Do they pay, though they pay a stipend if you get it, right?
But not.
They don't pay the fees or anything, yeah.
There's programs though.
That will, you can get grants, I know.
Yeah, and I think everyone that's done it here has some kind of grant or program that they were doing.
Cause it's kind of pricey,
Mm-hmm.
but then you get that stipend. So that might be something you all wanna think about. You did wanna look at the salaries in the area, right? And determine if the salary schedule needs to be adjusted to be competitive. So we need to do some comparison there. And we have specific training again, so I think we're covering that and we want to make sure it is focused on the board's priorities, which are reading, math, and science, right? We have competitive salaries again. Okay. We've got 5% or fewer on alternative licenses. Okay, so that might be, and I don't know if you have any sense of how many teachers right now are on alternative licensure at the high school.
Well, we're not full yet, so.
You're not fully staffed. So you assume you're gonna have some more, yeah. What would did you have it, how many teachers did you lose this year?
Right now I have 3 positions open, 3.5.
Out of how many?
Out of 27. Or 30, sorry, no, 27.
Okay. So you had about a 10%-ish reduction. Okay, that's not bad. Right, and science teacher? And a language arts teacher.
No,
Oh.
science.
Okay,
Oh.
Science is full, but math.
she lost 3, one was a math, one was a science, one was a language.
No.
Science.
Okay, and then, so 90% of retention for teachers, we have that on here. Stipends for high needs areas, hard to recruit areas. And are you having a hard time recruiting special ed teachers, math, science?
Special ed, we do give a stipend. It's a $5,000. And EAs give a stipend too. For special
For
ed.
special ed? What's that stipend?
I think it's 5,000. Oh, it is. But yeah.
Oh, 1,000? Okay.
Teachers, it's fine.
Are you having a hard time finding math and science teachers?
Not yes. I have science right now, and those ones are science. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think like a stipend like this would be an incentive?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, potentially looking at the same stipend for math and science teachers and even your reading teachers at your elementary level.
I know the secondary is having trouble bilingual right now.
Bilingual.
They do get a stipend.
Bilingual's 3,000.
Yeah, 3,000.
So maybe bumping that up
It
to
used to be 3,500.
5,000,
Yeah,
making them across the
Yes.
board,
yes.
okay?
Place to spend money because it's for the kids.
Mhm. And I mean, Mike could probably get some numbers for you to see what that would cost, you know? But it probably is worth the money if they come and then they stay. What about, decreasing teachers teaching out of their field by 8%? Do we feel like we know that we have a lot of teachers that are teaching outside of their
Degree.
degree area? I mean, they have to be licensed.
Yeah, I just got that up. This does, I got that up. This does
What did it say?
It's at 16, Hatch has 16% of their teachers teaching outside of the field. And the state average is 5%.
So what does that mean?
I'm just thinking like maybe they're,
I'm gonna say that.
Because they have to be
maybe for
licensed.
Middle school, high school and their endorsement,
Yeah, their
this has to do with bilingual, certified,
maybe they're not finding certified and they're teaching.
teaching a bilingual class.
It would be a waiver. I
Oh, a
think it's-
waiver, oh,
it's looking at all the teachers
Oh,
that are
okay.
on waivers,
Oh,
okay. Or alternative.
Alternative, even the alternative. Okay,
So 16%.
Oh, alternative licensure would be considered outside of their field, because they still have to be endorsed.
But they have an alternative license because their degree is in education.
I see.
oh.
I
So
think
like,
they-
for example, also, so if I have a BA, but it's not in math or accounting, I can still teach math?
If you get an alternative.
Really? Oh, okay, I thought I had to kind of, if you have an accountant or some kind of math person or.
Oh, you just have to go.
So you can have a degree in
Basket,
basket weaving and still be a math teacher, as long as
you
you.
get an alternative license.
Oh, okay. that-
I thought you had.
They still have to have.
I thought it was
credit
more along the
hours.
lines of you had to have like a.
Program saying you're going to take course for in math.
But you probably have to get accepted in the program, have to have some number of math credits at the undergrad level.
One that didn't have anything in the course she was teaching, and she's going, they gave her an alternative license.
I would not do that.
Well, then you need.
That's beyond our reach.
Yeah,
This says competitive pay and retention incentives. So I think all of these things we're gonna, we do need some data, because we need to know, like, you're talking about maybe like a 10% turnover. That's not horrible. But what does it look like across the district? Is it about consistent with that? We need some data on that. We need to know then, in terms of numbers of years in the district, how many teachers do we have that have brand new here, 5, 10, 20, etc. So so that we know, do we need to focus the monies that we have on incentivizing people to come here to fill these hard to fill positions? Do we need to incentivize them to stay here, or are they already staying once they're here? We probably need a little more data on that. But I think generally you could have a goal of, having classrooms fully staffed with one highly qualified teachers, right? And if you're on an alternative license, you're not highly qualified. And then also have a retention rate of 90% or better.
That's
Something
fair.
like that. And so in terms of, recruitment of highly qualified teachers, are you thinking like, then again, like at least 90%? Is that reasonable? Mike will tell us if it's not, because we don't really know what we've got right now in the district. But like if we were to say, the district will be staffed 90% staffed with highly qualified teachers. And we already know that these numbers say we've got 8% or 16% teaching outside of their field.
Yes.
So that would be an improvement of 6%, at least from the numbers from the year before, right?
if we give them a stipend, like a 5,000, is there do they have to sign something, they'll be with the district for 2 years, just 3 years?
You can do that with a signing bonus.
Yes.
Yes.
If you do a signing bonus, you can definitely say to them, we give you this signing bonus, you have to stay for 3 years, whatever.
And I was gonna say.
You can do that
3
with a
years.
master's degree and those reimbursement programs too. You can say, if we pay for this, you have to teach here for the next 5 years, etc. Or they owe you the money back. If
But
they,
a stipend's a little different. right?
stipend's a little
Just
different.
signing
You're
bonus.
getting the stipend because right now you're doing this thing.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think in terms of any kind of education reimbursement, licensure reimbursement or signing bonus, you can definitely put those kind of qualifications on it. With your stipend, you're saying you already meet this
Oh, okay.
criteria, right?
But then once again, with those signing bonuses, that because signing bonus would be upfront, correct?
Yes.
And let's say you do tell that teacher for the next 3 years. And you don't want her here for 3 years, or you don't want him for 3
Well, then
years.
that-
gotta put a
kind of
clause in
teacher-
Put
writing
a clause in there.
With,
Yeah.
with acceptable evaluation.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's gotta be a clause.
And you, I mean, you could even have a clause in there where if you don't have acceptable evaluations, we're gonna take our money back to you, right?
So it's-
You could do that, and you can keep, you can hold last paychecks, you can do things like that if it's in the contract. To get the money back.
Pretty good. Yeah. Paying for somebody's master's program
Oh, yeah.
and having them stay for 5 years. I mean, that's just a thought, I mean, that's.
I bet you a lot of districts already have that in place.
I bet you they do.
Signing bonuses.
It tends to
bet
be like, smaller rural districts that do things like this because they struggle to get teachers to come and stay, you know? And the other thing I've seen, smaller rural districts do is, because I don't know if you have this problem, but teachers will agree, they'll say they're coming, and then they'll pull out at the last minute because they'll still be shopping around to get something, and then the last minute, you think you're staffed, and then they pull out.
We do that.
I've seen them give penalties, like you are gonna owe us, you know, if you pull out before the
You'd
school
be
year starts.
surprised How it's gotten harder to find them, like, I'll interview for teachers and it's like, oh, well, what kind of a signing bonus are you giving me? Or do you have teacherages for me?
You know, teacherages are
It's
kind of a big thing too.
like homes for,
Homes, like
the district owns homes for the teachers.
And they just rent them really cheap
Yeah,
for the
housing.
district. You do have to make them pay, but it's cheap.
Cheap. A
And
lot of them.
I don't know, like here in Hatch, if you were living in Hatch, are there plenty of places to rent?
No,
No,
So I mean, where do people
Definitely
live?
they live in cruises.
Yeah.
See, and that's why we have to incentivize for them to come here,
Exactly.
because they're coming from Las Cruces.
Mhm.
we don't have housing.
I mean, that's,
Available.
there are capital funds for teacherages that has been a push in the state. That might be something you all look at over time. A lot of times it's, you know, they're purchasing mobile homes, they're putting them on district property and teachers are renting them and they get it taken out of their paycheck and it's cheap. It's like, you know, $400 a month or something, and they take 200 out of one paycheck, 200 out of another. But especially with teachers, when you're recruiting teachers like from Mexico or the Philippines, a lot of districts recruit teachers from other countries and they have to have housing for them. And
Who's staying in their houses right now?
We only have 2 available, right?
Who's deals with them, honest?
Those deals are still there.
I don't know who's renting out. We have two.
We have property.
I'm gonna, oh, so you, I have some.
3-story
We have two.
duplex apartments
Okay.
all the way up.
Yeah, one of them's vacant, right?
One of the transportation is that vacant.
Yeah.
And so do the teachers rent them if they need a
We have
place?
one living there already.
Yeah, okay. So I'm doing one here for teacher retention. So like if we said, you know, teacher retention will remain at 90% as or higher as measured by you know, vacancy rates in the schools. Teacher turnover. Of course, you're gonna have people that you don't want to keep. That's a given. So
So that would have to be taken out of that.
10%,
Yeah.
right?
10 forward.
Yeah. exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, ones we don't.
Yeah, yes.
You know, but I also think that it gives you also there has to be thought about how you're supporting those teachers to make sure that you're growing them to the extent you can grow them, and then if you can't grow them anymore, you cut them loose, right? And then what about, recruitment of teachers, particularly in hard to recruit positions? So I think we should focus on your priorities, which are math, reading, and science, right? So.
I'd be happy with just that.
Me too, for like, I'm just thinking, I know that's what I think that would be our.
Okay,
Yeah, but see, when you have a proficiency rate and reading like that too, you can't just say.
Yeah,
But the thing.
Well, I know.
and that's in the lower
Reading,
levels.
reading is your foundation.
It is your
If you can't
foundation.
read, your math scores are gonna be low because you can't read the math test.
Exactly.
No, but I'm saying like at the high school level, of course, the reading at the elementary level. Reading is important at the first, all the way to eighth grade. If you don't know how to read by the eighth grade, we got a problem.
But.
And then,
way.
but at the high school level.
You don't know how to
it's the
read by
math.
the fourth or fifth
No,
grade.
but I'm saying fluently to where it's already retained, and then when you go to the high school level, that math teacher has to be on point.
But I'm thinking more of at the middle school and high school levels.
The math,
For
the
these
math teacher.
individuals, yes, because at the elementary, you're a reading math teacher also, so, I mean,
Mhm,
you,
mhm.
that's I mean, that's not you're not.
But
an
are you
expert in
highly
that.
qualified?
Yeah, but you're.
So if you're
Oh,
reading,
You know, but it's an elementary, so you would have an endorsement that says.
so if
highly-
you have the
Oh,
endorsement,
okay.
you should be eligible for it in that category.
Yeah, I don't think I ever really cross any other teachers that have a math endorsement in elementary. Yeah, they have reading endorsements, yeah, but I'm saying math, yeah, I mean, that's.
well, and that's another thing you could look at, incentivizing people who are willing to get like Wilson certified, who are willing to become Halts. Those things are like unicorns and everybody wants them now. You know, for specifically for teaching children with dyslexia, you know, if
But those are great questions to ask when you go to your conference and to start asking all these people and make connections up there. And ask the other districts, the bigger districts or the other rural districts, what is it that they're doing?
Didn't Miss Russell and your sister go, what did they go get trained?
They went to a literacy.
Literacy, something,
Yeah.
they told me that.
Yeah, Anna told me she went to that there.
Was it like the summer reading program?
I talked to my sister about her dogs the other day. It's like,
Yeah,
where's Sissy?
I don't ever hear about like that. There's the Ames Forest Squared that's similar to GLAD, but.
They just had the numeracy training up in Alfred you went to. So,
But I'm kind of linked with. That was the math, at the middle school, and high school, we need those. Make sure
They
they're
need to
certified,
be-
they have to be
They need to be
highly qualified.
and hands-on
Yeah.
teachers, none of this, here's the book. Go
Our
to
data the
finish,
past few years.
pages
speaks for itself.
2 to
That's what we need
15.
to focus on. That's what we need to focus on a lot of time.
And then there's plans that REC is doing some, not professional development. So we'd be involved in that.
okay, so I have two things here, and you tell me what you think of these. I have teacher retention will remain at 90% or higher as measured by vacancy rates, teacher turnover, et cetera. We can fill in the et cetera. Okay, so that is still, it's probably about, you know, a little higher than where you're at now, depending on, but if you just took that high school data, she's a little bit over, right, 10%. And then 2, teacher recruitment in the hard to fill areas of math, science, reading, bilingual, and TESOL will remain at 90% or higher as measured by staffing patterns, teacher vacancies, and New Mexico Vistas data. What do you think of that? Because that was 16% teaching outside of there,
Yes.
right? Does that sound reasonable,
These are very,
Yes,
measurable?
yes,
There.
Okay, achievable?
yes.
I think so too. Okay. So the only thing we have then is security. So we're gonna look at those reports and I can shoot, Julie Garcia an email and I can CC you on that email and tell her you're requesting the latest audits that were conducted by comms of your facilities so that she can send them to you and then you could send them out to everybody to review. Okay?
I did talk to, or I was able to get a hold of Vicente, he said that, yes, he does have them. But most of the things have already been addressed.
Oh, good.
So, but he has it in writing and it's in his office at the high school.
For all the schools?
And we just had our carpets done, so it's in a box.
Yeah, we're not gonna go searching. If you can have her just.
Tell him to do one
CC
of those,
CC the board.
Tom Cruise things where he falls down. Something like that.
Mission Impossible?
There you go.
The hard one.
There you go. Go down. and-
Not the initiative there, so,
But he did say most of the items.
But there's a perception of an issue.
yeah.
And so it may not be a goal, it may be just ongoing discussions and reviewing data. Because some of the data that you might wanna look at are those suspension rates.
Mhm.
What are the incidences that are leading to suspension? Is it mainly fights or are there weapons issues or are there drug issues? Like what is actually happening at the school sites?
When it was vaping, I don't know what a security, how much security that.
They have the vape detectors at the high school and
But it doesn't seem to be going,
No,
it's like.
it's like the incident,
Vape detector.
ever since we got
Right,
those, the incidents went up.
Like there was
Catch
600,
but
it was 600 for the year or 600 for the month?
It's a
For the
lot.
month, and there's, how many kids at the high school?
There's almost 400.
300 some.
So 300
So
some.
some of them are repeat offenders.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
and it's the same kid
Is it the
over and
same
over.
one?
and
But
over.
here's the other thing, the parents have to be involved on this side too, right? And so is that something we go back to on community involvement? Do we do a program in the evening about the dangers of kids vaping?
Baby.
You know, cause it's very dangerous and they're just now getting the data about how dangerous it is.
And that's some of the.
And that's if they're vaping like tobacco.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're not even talking about marijuana vaping.
And
Or
the kids
Can they
and those
vape?
things.
They have them on vapes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could vape.
But also,
Ben-
No,
Oh.
I didn't know.
I
they
didn't know you
sold
could-
them in-
No, they don't sell it.
They don't sell.
You
them.
get it
in there.
legally.
You can.
Yeah, you can do it illegally,
Vape
but
it,
you
yeah.
can
But
also,
kids aren't getting any of this legally, cause
No.
none of them are of
No, no.
age to buy
Well, I know, but-
tobacco, weed or anything.
Dad and brother and uncle
Exactly.
and mom and aunt.
They're
and-
doing that.
Grandma.
that heroin. They're all on, in the.
And the
I
parents are
think-
probably
Now that's
coming in and saying, give me that back, I want that baby back.
And I didn't.
It's mine, or I paid for it for them,
Dead.
but I think that's an education piece too, that could be a community relation.
That's scary.
Because that's big numbers.
That's
We brought in, there's a National Guard task force that does that. They came in and talked to the kids about it. So they would be.
But the ones, the repeat offenders did not come to that training, right?
But a 17, 18-year-old, you know, like you think you're.
Invincible.
Nothing's gonna help hurt your
And
body.
what's the consequence for the vape? Like, what is the first, second, third?
It depends if it's Nick or if it's James.
Yeah, okay.
So we start with Nick, we start with mention, with THC, we start with hospital. Then it gets worse. And then there's they have the fitness course.
Okay.
And I'm like,
And so I know when I was back in the day, many years ago, when I was a high school principal at West Mesa.
That's what they're
in
responsible for.
Albuquerque, we used to have a program called the PIP program.
So what does that do?
It's called the.
Gets the
Parent
parents, hopefully
involvement
gets the
program.
parents
And
involved. That's my
basically, when the
activity.
kids got busted with marijuana, the parents had to come on, yeah, we called it PIP. They got a 3-day suspension. But they had, if they completed this course with their parents and their parents had to come in and it was one night a week for 4 weeks with the counselor. And it was all about your brain and what that drug is doing to your brain. And the parents had to sit there with the kids and learn. And then they basically got 7 days taken off their suspension sentence for coming to the PIP program. And they hated it and parents got mad about it. But if they didn't come, then their kids were out of school for 10 days and it was a big incentive to them to come.
See, write that down.
But the counselor at the school we had a counselor that taught the program and But it was all about, like, it was all scientific about the brain and the frontal lobe development and executive function and
I think we should all.
all of that. So
School, because they're-
I can only imagine now how much worse it is with the baby.
And
You
they
can't
need to be
even smell
licensed to
it.
do.
See the smells, back in the day, you'd see it coming out of a bathroom, you know?
Now you smell, look for something, so you know what.
Exactly.
It's gonna be.
Well, that's where the.
So how are you all feeling about these? You want me to try and type up my chicken scratch? Get them?
Yes.
Send down a draft?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll email Julie about your facility report, and then you can decide if there's anything there you wanna deal with, or if you wanna figure something else out with them. Okay?
Yeah, once we look at it, maybe we'll figure out a way to move forward on this.
Because you definitely wanted to have security guards, and that was a focus, and then the key cards. But you may that may need to be a multi-year plan, because you may not have the budget for all of that. And so you're gonna need to get a cost estimate on that too.
I'm wondering why the gamers, why do you guys feel?
I just think it's easier for teachers that are messing with a key. I don't. Is it, do you,
It's convenient.
yeah, so it's
it
more
is.
convenient and a lot of
Does
times.
it make them wear their IDs more? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
I'm
So
just
that's a
thinking,
security.
I just
guard.
like
go
the-
in and out, and then instead of taking their keys, they'll go put a rock instead.
Oh, I see.
You
And
know,
then you
they
can
just,
also get data on who's coming in, when they're coming in, when
all
they're
that gives
leaving.
you all that too.
Yeah, that's what Isaac was telling me. I don't see it, but.
Well, not only that, but on a stressful
So you
situation,
don't have to like. during
You're not gonna be
the weekend, you
fumbling
don't have
through
to have
keys.
teachers trying to
Yeah.
find
Just
every
swipe.
kid or all that.
And how often
Wow.
do you not get those physical keys back?
Yeah.
The card, if they leave or they lose it, you can just
Malfunction.
deactivate.
Deactivated.
deactivate it.
Oh, in my building, every exterior door has a
secured.
Swipe.
Or if they lose their ID, you can deactivate it. Whereas back in the
Think
day,
about
if
if
the
you're
kid
running
stole your
from
keys or
playground
something, you
in,
know?
Well, to get kids in, because it's something.
Especially if you had a master or whatever. I do think
Just on my
it's
neck,
more
swipe.
cleaner and more efficient and more secure,
Yeah, should
but it
be,
may not be worth the cost for all the schools. I think you need to look at the cost.
Well, if we've already done the high school. That's already going to cost, right? So then maybe we can work on the middle school next, and then next year budget for the elementary. But just, or one school at a time and just get them,
Depending on the cost. yeah.
depending, that's what I'm saying, every year budget for one school. One
Okay.
school, one school, one school.
Or if the company gives us a bulk.
A bulk.
and then a discount.
Yeah, good luck. They gotta make their money too.
Well, and what about cameras? Were there anything on your report related to increasing cameras or lighting or any of that?
I'm not lighting, but they've done a lot of work on lighting, but a lot of work. Cameras, we're pretty good on cameras.
Do you have all the necessary places covered with cameras and all that?
I think so. There's sometimes a challenge in the commons, it's those, but some cameras have been moved so that we could have access on the storage units. So yeah, anytime we have something, we're able to adjust, pivot and move through cameras.
Bueno.
Okay, well, item number 3, adjournment.
Do we gotta go?
You still have
Receipt.
something else on there.
Oh, the policy.
Table.
That's right.
We'll table it.
We can table it.
People that.
Someone needs to make a motion.
So I move to table, discussion, action on our item number.
Item
3, 4,
Item
Number
number
2C.
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 so moved.
Moved by Mr.
Second.
Montes, seconded by Mr. Legareta. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. All right, now item 3. Thank you so much, really.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay,
Second.
Third,
okay, third.
fourth.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mrs. Garay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Very, very, very good.
Thank you.
Did a
Thank you.
great job.
Good work. Thank you.
Really put it forward. Oh,
Yeah. That one.
Yeah, as we were sitting here, I just got a resignation on my phone, like, oh, good.
Oh, no.